Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Everyone's having a fantastic and wonderful day today. Hello, good evening. And well, hello. I hope you've been having a fantastic weekend and that everything has been awesome and wonderful. I am too told. Yeah, never shoot me like that. But I was trying to contemplate what I wanted to do. And I just decided I wanted to program. I think that's going to be the best way of doing things. So that's what we're going to do today. Visual Studio, however, wants to update, which is a little annoying, but let's let it do that. And here we go. So, yeah. There's a few things we need to try and figure out. One, rotation, which is... Yeah. I'm not sure how we take that into account. Yeah, not sure how we take rotation into account for our things. We'll have to figure that one out. Okay. Let's go over to the Unity. Okay, so yes, so the problem we have is if I put down a thing here like this, we can do this here. This is fine. Yep. If I rotate it, we can then override it. But if I go above it, it will say no, because the rotation of the object is still taking into account the original rotation. So we need to fix that. Let's start with fixing that. That was a problem we found last time. It's going to be in the placement system somewhere here. I also need to streamline some of this stuff. I'm doing things that I don't necessarily need to do. So yeah. So yeah, here is where we're checking the thing. Okay, it collides with all the stuff. That's fine. We'll see this. The minimum position is the WRB expand, but this WRB expand, which is this here, get component physics collider goes to value calculate ABB, is not taking into account the rotation. What? Cast collider? Nope. Check box. Not really sure how to do this one. So yeah, I'm not sure. Collision filters default. We set the collision filter. So yeah, it is definitely this here. This is calculating it. It calculates the AABB of the physics collider from our ghost object, which is fine. But the ghost object is the actual physical object that we're rotating, so I don't quite know why it's not recalculated based on the rotation. I'm going to have to do a bit of googling here. Unity physical collider calculate ABB rotation. I've got to recalculate the bounds, have I? So can I do system API dot get singleton? No, I want the physics collider. Basically, I want this. Let's go to dot re. No, it's got a value. Then all it's got is another. Is it created or is it's got a value? And then we've got a box cast which needs all sorts of bits and pieces. Bake transform. Okay, ABB. Oh, hold on. There's a we do a rigid transform of transform. What does that mean? Is that us? Because the ghost is a let me have a look at this physics collider. Hold on, physics collider dot value dot calculate ABB. No other method takes 0 argument, so this has to have something inside it, doesn't it? There's an entity or a system handle. Okay, so we get the physics collider right. System deck component of the physics. So we need to do this. I want to calculate ABB, but I need to zero. Entity to rigid transform. I don't know how to do rigid transform this one. We set the AB up here. That's fine. This all works. It's this. This is not taking into account the rotation. Let's do a box collider calculate AB. Okay, so we might have to do this in a different way because this only works on square objects. It doesn't work on anything that's not square. And I know I'm doing a check ABB somewhere else as well, aren't I? But maybe we should instead do a there is center, there is extends, there is valid, and there is surface area. Okay, there's min and max as well. That's a float 3 and that's a float 3. I wonder if they take into account the things. So let's do min. And then max, and let's see whether that does anything for us. Don't know. I don't know. This is not stuff I've dealt with normally. Do you open any more? Okay. So you are now you don't care. you don't care. So the min and max I don't know what they are. Extends dot Y and X and Z. Okay. Because I'm just taking the extends here, what I was doing normally. What is that? ABB, oh, hold on. I might have something wrong here. Hold on, because you create an AABB, because there's also a capital letter AABB. There's this one, which is the Unity Mathematics one. Then there's this one, which is the Unity Physics one. Okay, now I want to be using the Unity Physics one, I think. Go with max and min. No. Don't suggest stuff to me. Go away. Physics AABB. The maximum point and the minimum point. Okay, and then the center point. That might actually be in the maximum min point might be in world space. I'm not sure. Yep, that's what I want to do. Okay, now go to the top. Go to the top and get rid of system.diagnostics. Lost. Minus 10. Minus 2.5. Right, now that's right. That's right. And then 11 and 2.5. Hold on. Now that's show minus 10. Minus 2.5, and that assumes 11.5, which is fine, because that's the ghost one before it's resized, so you have to resize it. Okay. I was very much playing with transparency. I don't know if I got it right or not. Yeah, the only problem is that the transparency is it's the whole thing becomes transparent, not just the red of the YouTube. Because unfortunately the thing I use to do it uses JavaScript to change the color, to get the color data. It uses JavaScript and it spits out hex code, and hex codes can't have transparency in them. I don't know how to make it transparent with a hex code. I can do it with RGBA, but yeah. This should work. Transparency is gone now. No, it's not. It's definitely transparent. You can definitely see the mouse moving underneath it, just about. Oh, maybe it's not doing it on the second ones. Okay, it seems to lose the plot then as more is added to it. Yeah, that one's kind of see-through. That one is not. Yep. Okay. Right, so yeah, let's set the minimum maximum Y access to just 1 on both. No, that's still not taking into account the rotation. That's still not taking into. Okay, so this, I can't do this. This does not take into account the rotation. The calculate ABB does not take into account the rotation. So can I do an AABB one instead? Equals math dot calculate math that's not going to work because I need to know the extended points of it. If I get the extended points of it, just like that. None of these are going to work, are they? Physical ghost. Oh. There's no bounds. Unfortunately, the box cast will require extends, and that's not going to work because of that. There's a rotation in the box cast, but what's checkbox do? Requires a maybe we could use checkbox. We calculate the ABB. Okay, and then down here, rather than doing this, we will do return box. What does this want? This wants a center, which is the position data. It wants a rotation, which is going to be the I do I don't suppose jobs can edit stuff out in the main script, can it? No. Yeah, so you taking the local transform there. Damn it. Can I get the local transform? System API dot get component local transform post dot rotation. Okay. And you want the float 3 half extends, which is going to be WRB dot extends. The collision filter is collision filter. Right, which means I don't even need to do this either here. Let's try that. We're doing a checkbox now using the physics collider, and then we're getting a component every. This is not the most efficient way to do this, but yeah, expected. Oh, sorry. There you go. No better. We're not using the offset either, but that's fine. We don't need the offset. Maybe. Right. So okay. So, ooh, that says no. We want to return the inverse of this, don't we? So if you don't hit anything, then you return false. Right. Battery half expense, collision filter. Do I have to do it on there? Can I just do physics collider dot? No, I have to get the physics collider, don't I? Yeah. It's singleton physics collider. Value dot get box. Okay, don't do it off the ghost, do it off the just the generic physics collider. Okay, ooh, valid operation get free requires exactly one entity that matches the color. I don't know why none of that works. I don't know why that's thrown false all the time. Right, it's right. Working with Clyde as an editor. That's not what I want. Hang on. This is. Oh no, this is right. No, I think I know what this is. I don't think I actually have a physics collider, but I has a box collider on it, doesn't it? Yeah. But it wants a physics shape on it. I think that's the problem. I think I'm using the wrong collider. That still didn't work, but I think I need a physics shape added to it. Let me try and get rid of this and then undo this here. Don't need it anymore. Right. With a physics collider, it might be that I'm using the wrong. I don't think so. I'm sure box colliders and physics colliders are the same thing. So you are yes and no partially. But then you're the same in here. You're not taking in the rotation of it. That works, but if I rotate it, it allows me to go through it because it doesn't. Right, so we're now back to where we were before, where the calculate ABB isn't working. I need to calculate the ABB on. What can we do in here? So there's a rigid transform. Rigid transform. That's Unity Mathematics. Rigid transform. Rigid transform. Oh, look at component ghost dot. Position and rotation. That's no good. Local transform. So mathematics rigid transform. Rigid transform. Can it be used as a parameter? Why not? Why can't I get a rigid transform? Component I don't think I want the rigid. I don't think I want that rigid transform. I think I want another one. There's only one though. And you can't. Then can I use parameter T in the generic method type system to get component? What do you mean? Get component data? Get component. I don't know why rigid body isn't a thing that you can just get. That's weird. Okay. So I need a better way. I need to find all four corners. So there's definitely a way to do this. Each card has a collision filter to allow you to control the objects. Okay. Collision filter belongs to. Yeah, we've done this. We know that. We can do that. That's fine. That's not a problem. But then we go to here. We go to the collision world, which is still part of the physics world simulation. I'm just confused as to why this one doesn't work. Physics.check area. Or can you just call physics.check area? Is that a thing? That's just yeah, that's no. This was posted ages ago. No, I don't want physics.checkbox. I want physics collider.checkbox. Damn you. Collision world dot. There is a checkbox in the collision world as well. Let's try that one. Let's try the collision world checkbox. See if that's right. I'm also not getting rid of the native list here, but we may not need the native list. So, try the collision world rather than the physics collider on the object itself. Let's try the physics world. Unreachable code detected. That's fine. We know. Do that. Right. So this is all reporting. What now? Enter the ghost rotation, the extends, and then the collision filter. You collide with everything, but not the motherboard. This is working the opposite way, the other one now. So, yeah, this all says, oh, hold on. Hello. Right, I'm 0.05F. We're shrinking everything down. I forgot it doesn't take into account the scale. That's okay. Hey, there we go. Right, so you are valid. You are invalid. Rotate. Ah. I think the physics world does it. I think the collision. That's it. This is it. We got it. We got it. Awesome. I need to use the collision world, not the physics collider. The physics collider doesn't need to take into account its own rotation because it's a local variable, not a thing. So I can get rid of all this here and the offset here, and we can even get rid of that. I unfortunately can't make this a job because it's returning a ball. I don't know how to return a ball from a job, but we don't need to because it just runs every, yeah. So okay, so that fixes that. It doesn't take into account the yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to I need to 4.9. Can I do that? Can I make it slightly smaller than the box? Because if you the extends are from the top right corner to the bottom left corner, and it makes a box around it. So if I shrink it down to the correct size for our scaling, but if I need to shrink it down slightly smaller, because if I don't, then it will the boundary will be in exactly the same place as another building's boundary, which means that they can't occupy the same space. So you need to make it slightly smaller for it to work. We did this with the offset, didn't we? See that now I can put that next door to that, and I'll put it next door to that, but it still won't go inside. Here, the problem, see, that one doesn't work, and I think that's because I made the model wrong. I think the model extends a little bit too far this side compared to the rest. That's fine. I could probably edit the actual collision box for that. So, yeah. And now if I come here, I can actually put down stuff around it, but still not inside it. See, that turns red inside there. So yeah, so it collides there. The problem with doing it the way I've just done it there with the times 0.49 is the bigger the object you're placing, the smaller its collision box is. I think what we did was we did the offset in this, didn't we? So can I undo this a little bit here? Yeah, that's why I had the offset. So we want to do this, which creates the offset. Okay, but I need to take away this from it, but I can't do that because obviously the extends has got a north and a south right there. Rock Void, hello, good evening. Hope you're having a good day. I think we'll just have to deal with that being 0.49 and hope that works for us here. That has simplified this code a fair bit. Object can be made read-only. Why? Why would I want to make it read-only? Tell me why I'd want to do that. Tell me why you want to do that. This rule affects members of non-read-only structs that aren't marked read-only and can be marked as read-only. Why would I want to make it read-only? That's the problem. It just says, oh, it could be made read-only. Why? Why would I want to make it read-only? What does that do? It's private anyway. It can't be used by external sources anyway. The state is not used, but I have to send the state in, don't I? Yes, it requires the system state because it's using the collision world system. So, yeah, I don't know why it would want to be read-only. I don't understand that. It suggests that a lot. There's a lot of places where it suggests read-only things, and I don't know why. But okay, it's fine. It's fine. Right, okay, so that's going to work for that, and then collision world takes into account the rotation. Yes, that's cool. Okay, because it takes into account the rotation right smack bang there. But if I'm firing it on the physics collider for the ghost, then it's got its own rotation and that rotation, and then it doesn't work. So, okay, right. So that is that one fixed. So now we need to do this. Belts, I need to add the output buffer if accepted by the forward belts input buffer. I don't even remember what that was about. The box data is fine. See, current belt is I should really have this. This should be, we should leave this data alone and not muck about with this data at all. And then we should have a separate struct that has the current belt and even two belts that have the current belt and the previous belt. Right, this is this watch creation system. Yeah, see, this is doing stuff that I don't really want to do things with. Might have to go through reinventing the setup connection tag has not been added to the entity. Is that the socket? Yeah. Is that because I changed the socket's collider? And your collision filter is now set to everything, isn't it? Yes. But that's not okay. So let's get rid of the physics shape. Let's add a box collider to it. Put on. And I'm going to make it 0.5 by 0.5 by 7.75. Nope, that's not right. I think the Z was 0, wasn't it? And it's 22 by 1 by 5. Okay. Go into this thing here. It's weird that when I put the box collider on here, the center's wrong on it. Makes me wonder whether the center isn't in the center point, which is why one end pokes out more than the other end. It's not even. I'll have to remake. It doesn't matter anyway because the models. This is going to be so weird to do. I want to take on the idea of having dynamically made models. So if I now do this, you don't throw wobbly because the box colliders take into account the actual this layer here, whereas the physics colliders you have to change the physics colliders manually, which would actually be okay for us because if I did that I could get the physics colliders and then I could get the ghost versions and I could change them depending on what they are, because we can edit the physics collider. The physics shape's easy to grab. So yeah, if I do that, do that, okay, and then we click on a belt. The belt has the CPU where it's going to, so it knows where it's going to. Okay. And then I've got all these dynamic buffers that I've done so much stuff with now, and I'm getting myself confused. So that's not ours, that's the default games one. That's not ours, that's the default game. So I've got 3 buffers on here. I have an input buffer, an output buffer, and a data box transfer. That one, not that. Yeah, that one, not that one. You've got an input and an output buffer. I need the input buffer because I need to propagate down the line. But when we're doing our pull, do I need to do that? No. Not necessarily. Because when we put down a puller, the puller could look down the belt to the end. I wouldn't need an input buffer, and just need an output buffer where they're going to head into, which would mean that right, hang on. So the way I've got it right now is we've got a belt piece and a belt piece. Yeah, I know this is awful. And a belt piece. Yeah. And We have the CPU here, we have the destination here. That's fine. We put a block here, which is our puller. And this belt looks ahead to this belt and then goes, hey, I'm in front of you, add me to your input buffer. And then this belt will go and check all of his input buffers to see if someone has some item that it wants, and then it will pull it from the input buffer. Which means they only need an input buffer. They don't need an output buffer, do they? So why have I got an output buffer? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do the output buffer? Let's go with get rid of this thing, get rid of the belt. Placement system is good. Data box, do not get rid of all of this. Go away, go away, go away. Data box move system. This is the one. This is the one where we're doing the thing here. So we are scheduling a job. This is fine. So why are we doing this? Data box update. That's fine. Don't think I need to do this. What I need to do is, rather than having two things that one is moving and another one is transferring, okay, which is fine, which is not a problem at all. But what I need to make sure I do, like here for instance, I'm setting the components of stuff here, and I'm setting components somewhere else as well. I don't want to do that. I want to have the components, these things, only have to be set in one place. Because if I'm setting them in two places, it goes wrong. Okay. So then the data box transfer system components, data movement. This is, yeah. So I don't need the output buffer. I don't know why I've done that. Data box input buffer and data box output buffer. And there's a what else is added to this? There is a, this is a connections thing, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, the data box input and output buffer are not they're not part of us. They're actually part of the that's the socket, isn't it? Yeah, CPU. CPU. Hold on. No, CPU. That's CPU. That's a CPU socket. That's a CPU socket. Where are the CPUs? They're down there. What? Oh yeah. When I click things in the hierarchy, I forget they keep renaming themselves, don't they? So you have a data box. You got an input connection, which is fine. Ah, the output connection isn't needed by the belts. It's needed by... No, it's not needed because we're going to have this here. We don't need an output buffer. Or do we? Belts shouldn't have an output buffer on them. The belts should not have an output buffer. Okay, I know that much. I know that much. The belts should have. Also, I need to move this around because I've got my belt scripts should be the ones that deal with the belts and the movement of objects. Everything that happens on a belt happens here. And then my data movement shouldn't be this. The data transfer system and stuff should be independent of that, and then the belts are just what move things around. So the belt, the output mode, all that sort of things, they grab stuff from the boxes. So I might need to redo the way I'm doing things here. Not belt data, I want the belt baker. That one. Yeah, because we're adding so much stuff to this. Connections input, connections output buffer. I don't need the output buffer. Okay. And then you've got 2 sets of tags on you depending on what script's running you. That's fine. These are tags as well for the I think so. Let me get rid of this, put this up here. Get rid of the output buffer. You don't need that. You just need the input buffer and a data box transfer buffer. Okay, because that's what you're holding in you. So and the script, the right, okay. Yeah, the data box movement thing, this should not be. I need to rewrite this. I need to rewrite this. Because it's become a little convoluted, a bit over the top. So what are you doing? What exactly are you doing? You just check if you have a data box and then you move it from one place to another. So what's this here? Data box. Name's data box. Because this controls creating them, destroying them, moving them, all that sort of thing in the data box thing there. I should have done this all in the belt system so I could make the belt system independent. So it doesn't care what item it gets, it just has an item, has an entity, and it just moves the entity around. Data box doesn't care, the creation system is fine. The data box entity transfer buffer. And what I should have done as well, I should have absolutely made these right, data box movement system, data box transfer system. This is the other one I want as well. Okay, so we'll get rid of the belt, so we no longer have the output buffer on this. Right, so you no longer need the output buffer, do you? No, this will not work on belts with an output buffer. It will work on belts with an input buffer. Okay. So we want to make sure that instead of right now, we've got this sends the item forward. Okay. We don't want that. We want this one instead to pull the item forward. Okay. So let's get rid of this. We don't want connections output buffer. We want the input buffer. Okay. And then this wants to be input buffer. You will also then need a count data added back to you again, won't you? Yep. Oh dear. Undo. Counter data, that's all. Counter. So the belts will need to have a counter added to them. Add component, entity, counter data, which counter data is part of the counter data part of the oh, I don't know. Doesn't matter. I don't know where I put the counter data. We were just here, wasn't it? Nope. I don't know where I put the counter data. It wasn't in belts. Components? Where are you? You're just in belt game, but where are you actually physically stored? Components, component output count data. Oh, I need to rename that to counter data, don't I? Yep. Make it a component counter data. Actually, take it out of there and put it just in the scripts folder. Yep, it's fine. Okay. So that's just a belter, that's just a counter, that's purely because it's used in several different places. You have counter data, excellent. Okay, so you was in components, but for some you weren't in them. Yeah, okay. Using myself with the wrong things. Okay, so this is fine. All right. If input buffer length is less than or equal to 0, get out of here. We don't want to do that. So I want to go to the data box creation system. Don't I? So you only go 1 every 4. That's fine. Oop, and then I want to do this. Okay, and then I'll go back into this guy. Add this here. This is going to be input buffer length. Okay, right. So now we don't need to check if it has a input buffer because it can only run an input buffer, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay. So what I want to do is oh, that's why I did this. Oh, that's why I did it. That's why I did a pusher. Because otherwise every belt's going to run every go, isn't it? Every belt's going to check the stuff behind it every frame. Which I might just do anyway. And then we could possibly put a counter in here and slow this down so they don't transfer. That they transfer 20 times a second or something. I don't know. With none of data box movement system is no longer available. Really? Why not? Why is the data box movement system no longer available? It's still here. Right. So what do? You move stuff, okay? With all the data box move tag. So this moves the stuff forward. When we get to the end, we tag ourselves with the data box transfer tag, which we do want to do because then we want the one in front wants to check whether the input buffer has this tag, and if it does, then it goes. So what I want to do is I don't want this running on anything that's got the move tag. Okay, so you don't run on the move tag. So if you're moving an item at the time, you don't need to check this belt. This belt has something, it's doing something. We're not going to transfer off the belt because we're moving right now. So I need to do a why are we doing a component data lookup? What's this all about? Oh, we're checking if we have a component data. Right, I don't want to do this. No, this is we want to do this, but we don't want to do this. This is no, we're not pushing forward. We are pulling in from an item behind us. Okay, so I don't need the component lookup. That is no longer required. Get rid of all of that. Instead, I want to do a buffer lookup of no, not data block transfer thing. We've got that there. What are you doing? Belts? No, not belts. Input buffer. Connections input buffer. I think it's connections input buffer. So connections input buffer. Input buffer lookup. I don't. Don't know if I want to change this up now whilst we're redoing this to no, don't. I was just wondering if I could make it all like in one, like make the belt system independent to the rest of the game, but I can't because the connection system's there. Most of this stuff is all to do with the belt system anyway. Like the connections and the data box stuff is all to do with the belts anyway. So input buffer lookup. Okay, input buffer lookup. Here we want to do input buffer lookup is input buffer lookup. Thank you very much. We want to update the input buffer. Here I want to do a read only. Yep, that's what I want to do. Thank you very much. And then here we want to do the same thing. Quick, boom, there you go. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have our input buffer lookup, and then we have an input buffer here as well, which what am I doing? Why do I want to do the input buffer? No, not input buffer. What am I doing? That's not what I do. I don't need that. I don't need that. We have our input buffer. I want to do component lookup. Component lookup. Data. It's transfer tag. Okay. No, not output buffer. No, not output buffer. Transfer tag. Maybe. Oh, data. Let's make this data transfer tag. Okay, data box transfer lookup, data box transfer buffer. Data box transfer tag, data box transfer tag lookup. Yeah, I need to rename some of this stuff. This shouldn't be connection input buffer. This should be connection buffer input. That would make more sense in my head. Anyway, we get the data tag here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, if away with your double parentheses, I don't know why you do that. Input buffer counter data dot oh, you just added an entity, don't you? Counter data dot counter, sorry. You just had it. That's just an entity, isn't it? Oh, that's not actually like. Oh no, that's all right. That's right. Because we're looking at the data box transfer buffer here. If underscore data transfer tag data tag dot has component wait so if our input entity right, so if the input buffer on a current counter data entity has a data transfer tag enabled to it, then we want to grab from it, don't we? We want to check our data box transfer buffer and check it's empty. Yeah, we want to check our oh, I hope you're having something nice to eat. Yeah, we want to check if our buffer's empty, don't we? Right. So dynamic buffer data box transfer buffer our buffer this no our use our data box buffer equals us. Okay, data box entity transfer buffer. Why the hell did I call that data box entity transfer buffer? Why not just oh, because it stores an entity, doesn't it? It doesn't actually store the data box. That's why, because it stores an entity. Hence why this should be input connections data buffer's input entity, that sort of thing. Let's do that now. Okay, rename. So connections buffer. I don't know if I put in inputs. All right, and then I want to, oh, actually rename the file as well. Excellent. Okay, and then can I find the output one as well? Where's the output one? This one. Connections, buffer. Because that's much more descriptive. Okay. It lets me know that it's got an entity in it, not actually an output buffer or something in there. So we're looking for an entity. Yeah, that's our input buffer. That's fine. Xbox entity transfer buffer. That's fine. It's overly it's very long names, but that's fine. So we get our transfer buffer here. Okay. And then if our data, our data transfer dot length is less than or equal to 0, then we get out of this one as well. Okay. There is a problem that this might not actually exist on us, which would be a problem. Okay. So we check if our buffer is less than 0. If it's not less than 0, that means we have something in here, and this shouldn't be valid. Okay, which means we have a data box, which we shouldn't have a data box. Okay, we shouldn't have one. Okay, so if we fired this and in our data box thing we have one, then really want to re-enable the move tag. Probably want to re-enable our move tag and then just break out of this and get rid of this. Okay? Because yeah, because otherwise that's really weird. If we for some reason we no longer have the move tag, this will fire. But if we have something in our buffer, then something very wrong has happened. Okay, and I need to have another script at some point that's going to go around and check all of these buffers to check if any of the entities are valid. If they're not valid, we need to delete them. It's possible that we would get something confused there, so we'll do that there. So this is going to be a little fail-safe, so that if we don't have the move tag, then that means we're going to look to see if we have a transfer tag. But if we have a transfer tag and we have an entity on us, then we want to re-enable the move tag. No, we don't. Because otherwise this will never end up going to the next part, will it? Because we disable the move tag when we get to the end and we need to transfer it over. So we would have something inside us. Okay, so don't worry about that. Nope, no. We still want to get our box data transfer buffer. However, no, I do want to do this, but I don't want to set the tag to be re-enabled. Now think about it. Okay, so if we do have a box, we don't want to take another box. That's fine. We don't want to take another box. Okay. Right. Okay. We increase the counter. That's fine. Oh, I need to go to the belt baker. I need to go counter data, and I need to go counter equals -1. Okay, I need to make sure the counter is -1. Okay, so we increase the counter. So if the one behind us of the current data, because we might have multiple inputs, if that indeed has the data transfer tag, then we've got there and our buffer is empty. Okay, we then want to add ourselves to that dynamic buffer, but I need to do that via the component system. Right, I don't think I want to increase the counter. Yeah, I think I want to do that on the entity component system, don't I? So that everything gets moved up in one go, because this didn't go out of sync with the entity component manager, because that should still run at the next frame anyway, shouldn't it? It's just that I can't oh, I can edit this one though, but I can't edit this one in here, so I need to use the okay, right. So if it has a component, the data transfer tag, then we want to right at the end of this, we want to turn off the data one, but we want to turn it off on this guy. Okay, we want to disable the tag on this guy, right? We then want to take the box for ourselves, this is purely just to check whether we are do that. I don't need to do that. I can literally just do this. Okay, we don't need to store that. Okay, we're just checking if the input buffer is that or we are that. Okay, that's fine. We increase the counter. That's fine. We have the component. Then we want to take the component for ourselves. So got add buffer, no, not add buffer, append to buffer, append to buffer, the data by entry, whoa, okay, boom, 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 boom. Right, and we want to append to our buffer, so that just needs to be changed to be entity, go away. And we don't want to create a new data box transfer one. Nope, we just want to steal the one from here. No, but that would make a reference to it, so I would have to do a new one. You also don't need to know what belt you're on. Yeah, no, you don't need to know what belt you're on. Also, yeah, we'll figure that out in a moment. Because you don't need to know what belt you're on. You don't care about that. Entity transfer buffer. New. Not the input buffer. Input entity. Dot. No, hold on. Data transfer buffer. Data box. So it will only be the 0 one because it won't exist anywhere else, so we don't need to do that either there. Okay, so we append to our buffer because that's us there, a new data box transfer buffer. So remember, we won't get here because if our length is greater than 0, so this will only happen if we are empty. So we create a brand new one, and the data box is the previous data transfer buffer, input box, blah, 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 data box 0. Okay, cool. And then we go ecb.setBuffer. So we clear the buffer on the previous one, and then we set the data transfer tag to be false on the previous one. ecb.set component enabled. Data box move tag, and that should be us. Okay. And that should be all we need. We don't need that down there. So, if the input entity has a buffer and our buffer is 0, and it's ready to transfer, I have just kind of realized that maybe data transfer data box job. Okay, that's fine. This should only apply to belts. But we have another system that moves stuff. The creation system moves it onto there. So I need to make sure this only applies to belts, because the connection buffer's input entity a belt might have a input entity from a component. So I need to make sure this only runs on belts, don't I? Which is easy, because we'll just go in belt data. We'll just count it so it will run about that. I could also do up here with all type of belt data. So it only runs on belt data. It doesn't run anything else. It must have belt data. Cool. Okay. Should work fine, I think. Right. Fine. The creation system, however, needs to be changed. But then this deals with the output buffer, doesn't it? So this should actually be all right. This shouldn't be a problem. The movement system, however, is going to absolutely freak out. Because it no longer has access to the current belt system, which is fine. But we don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. We are no longer... The box itself, the movement system, isn't responsible for moving boxes around. It has nothing to do with moving boxes around. So all I know is that when we get to the correct place, we stop moving the box and we say transfer boxes enable. I'm going to rename those. So we stop moving the box first and then we transfer that one there. They should run in the same frame anyway, but let's just do it that way around just to make sure stuff is fine. Okay. Now the movement system. I need to look at the order of these. Like the creation system probably needs to run before the transfer system and so on. So we'll just go with that. We'll see what happens here. Okay, so what's wrong with this? The namespace. What? Oh, I forgot an extra closing tag there. Oh, right. What's wrong with this? Data box does not contain position for current bet. Target position. What's this? This is data box creation system. Oh, yeah. Okay, hang on. Component data transform job. What? Oh, the component one. Yes, this is the one that moves the box to the end. Yeah. I don't think this needs to run anymore because this was just purely to move the stuff into the component, into the thing. But I don't think we need to do this anymore. What I think we need to do, so the belts will transfer stuff forward on their own. And then when it ends up right outside an item, it will just disappear and end up going into it. So instead of it going into the machine, it will disappear. We could always... We could always, so right now the item moves from the center of the belt to the center of the next belt to the center of the next belt. We could have it go to the end of the belt and wait there. But the problem is that if we have belt like this, and then this one's going that way, this one's going that way, this one's going that way, like that, then it will go to the end of this belt here, then the end of this belt here, then the end of this belt here. So its position will go to here and then down to there, which would look weird. Whereas if it goes to the center of the belts every time, you'll go from here to here, here to here, and then here to here, which looks a lot better on the movement system. So I want it to go to the center belt, but that means when it gets to the center of this belt here and it has to go into a box below it, it just disappears from this point and then goes inside, just gone. So I think we're going to deal with that for the minute. I think we're going to deal with that. So I want to comment out this entire script. Don't run this script, okay? I don't want to do that. I don't want you transferring the script there. That's fine. Okay. All right, here we go. So put this down. It's working fine. Grab. Oh. Right, okay. So we have a wobbly here. And it's not going to throw in any of my errors. This is going to be the setup connection thing, isn't it? Right, let's get rid of these. We need to change the setup connection system anyway, because I only want you now raycasting forward. I don't want you raycasting backwards. So let's go here. Setup connection system. I should really add the tags just to the start of these systems, so you know, it's boom. Okay, input buffer lookup, interesting, right? And you fire on the local transform. We just get rid of that. We get rid of that one line. The append buffer here. We get rid of this. Well, hold on. We don't want anything to do with the output buffer. Okay, we're not doing output buffers anymore. Okay, and then I might need to go to the reset connection system. I'm doing an AABB thing again here. Yeah, so this isn't going to work either. This one's going to miss. I might have been having problems with this from ages ago. Might have problems with ages ago where stuff wasn't doing the thing because it wasn't extending correctly. Because we get our own physics collider, calculate AABB from it, but that's not going to work because it doesn't include the rotation, does it? No. So instead of doing this here, you have a output native hits, which is an int, which is the collision world bodies. I know that's okay, right? Can we do right? Where was the placement system? Give me the placement system one again, because I need to come down here, and we want to do this guy instead. Okay. Set up connections. Does that also do AABB casting? No, you just cast array forward, don't you? Croft, hello. Good evening. Hope you're having a good day. Most ambitious project you've been a part of? Probably what I'm doing right now. I've never been a part of a project with somebody else. I've always been solo. So what I'm doing right now is my most ambitious thing. This is where the collision system comes in here. You are firing a raycast forward, but you don't fire any raycast backwards, do you? No. Right, okay. So the reset system, this is the one that needs to be doing. We have the collision world. So what do? We calculate the ABB, then we did a checkbox fire. Right, so calculate the ABB. Right. Underscore collision world. What's cast all? This is what I want. A native list of collider cast hit, so it's not ints, right? A box cast all, so the position data is going to be there on it. Most ambitious project so far is an OS transformation project for the Quest 3. Oh wow. Okay. That's way beyond the scope of what I can do. Well, let me rephrase that. It's way beyond the scope of what I can do right now. Because I never thought I'd be doing any of this stuff. To be honest with you. Never thought that at all. underscore local transform dot position underscore entity. Oh, I don't need to do that. I can just do underscore local transform dot rotation. Let's move this up above this. Oh, there you go. Now you have the collision filter. Awesome. Right, you are missing something though, because I'm missing something here. Hold on. Distance ref. So here on the end, I need max distance. Why would I need a max distance on a box cast? You have the extents. Why would I need a max distance on the box cast? That doesn't make any sense. What does it mean? You see Collision World Boxcast all. Right, I'm confused as to why. Collision World. Calculate distance. Oh, cool. So the collision world can do boxcast all. The maximum distance. That does. I don't. Why would you need a maximum distance? Say 100F. I don't know. That's him, because a box casts a box in the world from a center point with a rotation and the extents of the thing. So how far out you want to go. So I don't know why it would need a distance, because the distance is calculated from the extents. So that's confusing me. Okay. Now you need a oh, hold on. I don't want the collision filter there, do I? Nope, we don't want the collision filter. Right, hold on. Center, orientation, half extents, direction. What? You're casting a box. You're not casting an array. Why do you need a direction and distance? Unless it's taking the center point with the rotation, the extends, which is X and Z, and then the direction and distance is the Y. Like, so this figures out that, but then the extends has X, Y, and Z coordinates in it. I don't get that. You want float 3 direction, which would be math dot up, I suppose. And then far 10. I don't understand why that would be required. So weird. So now I need a native list of collider cast hits. So whoa, thank you very much for the follow, Croft. I hope you enjoy your stay. Native list, collision cast hits. Then we'll do hits, and then we'll do the collision filter. Right, okay, you are not happy with that. Why? Can I convert method group? Oh, that needs a no, right? Yeah. What's wrong with this one? Must be passed the reference keyword. Oh, sorry. Ref. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Okay. Right. So let's right, so what does this contain? Hits dot hits 0 dot position rigid body. It does get the entity. Awesome. Right, so it gets the entity, so it doesn't need the collision world bodies. That gets all the information anyway for me. Cool. Okay. So then I want to go for each. So I want to change this to be collision hits. Collision cast hits big. Collider cast hits big even. Oh, there you go. For each collider cast hit and collider hit big. If input buffer dot has buffer hit dot entity, set the buffer. Yes, excellent. Well done. Thank you very much. Which means I can now get rid of this guy here. And this guy here. And that one there. Okay, and then we can go collider cast hit to dispose of the hit. Okay. We do no longer need this, but I do need to change the collider. I don't need the AABB. Oh, this is not big. This is the small hit. This is the big one. There we go. Okay. And then we want to do the same thing here. Copy. Paste. This wants to be the big one. And this wants to extend 1.5. Or 0.15, sorry. Okay. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Doop. For each. We don't need the collision world. We just need to do. Literally hit.entity. So we clear the buffer on everything that's close to us. Okay. And then we cast a buffer on everything that's bigger than us, which is only the belts. Okay, so belts and entity. So if the entity also has a collider, and then we tell the connection system to reset and do the bits it's doing. And then we reset the connection tag on ourselves. Okay. Save. So no more AABB thingamabob. Oh no, find AABB in the current project. Find all. Check ABB. Oh, I'm in that door. Awesome. Cool. Can I rename you to be AABB because you are incorrect, because capital AABB is something different. Okay. We're just doing a checkbox, which is not check AABB, but it's yeah, doesn't matter. Okay, right, good. Hey, we'll go back in here. Play. Oop. If we get any more wobblies go on here. Oh, right, okay. So now let's click on a random belt. You have input, that's awesome. Let's check the output node. You do indeed know what boat you're going to, know where your source is, and know where your destination is. Awesome. So if I pause the game here and I pick my CPU, which is that one over there, I hope, it should have a output buffer. Yep, this is an output node. Cool. We want to add a data box output stuff to it, and we want to make it to be compute. Then we unpause the game. It moves once and stops. Okay. However, I do notice in my scenes the raycasts are going off, which means some of these belts still have their setup connection tag. What belt is this one? That's that one. Why would you... Not right. Okay, so I need to go back into the setup connection thing here. All right, what we're doing, we are draw a line. That's fine. We check. If we hit ourselves, then come out of this. If it has a buffer, wait a minute, what have I done here? Did I try and limit the input buffer to be only a single? Hang on. Why would I have done that? I think because I wanted to make sure that you could only add one belt to a thing. That's weird. If the input buffer equals 0, then I'm doing all the checks. I don't need to do that. If it equals 0, we can just add ourselves. Don't worry about that. This wants to be if it's not equal to 0. Okay. For each input buffer, so we check whether we are part of it, and if we are part of it, hang on. Right, so let me go. If it doesn't equal 0, then we want to get that. So we want to go if it equals 0, then we will add ourselves to the buffer. Okay. Right, so now we cast forward, go away. We cast forward. If it has a buffer, but we need to make sure it has a buffer. The input lookup buffer. If it's 0, then we just need to we need to add ourselves to it. Okay. If it's not 0, we need to check if we're in there. And if we are in there, turn off our connections. Okay. But I only want to add whatever the first belt that adds to it comes in. I don't want to add multiple belts to it, so belts cannot transfer on the which means I want to make our belts smaller, actually physically smaller, so you can see. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. Go to the scene one. So we've got 3 guys with green raycast going on. No, we've got no one. Awesome. So that means all the belts have connected themselves up and everything is working fine. I'm going to go and be awkward and put another CPU in here. Oop, like that. Just to try and reset some of the belts. Nope, they're fine. They're all good. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And now I'm going to go to the CPU, which is the most over one, which should be that one there. You should have no input connections. You have no output connections. That's fine. If we then add, oh, I'm in the wrong seat. If we then add this guy here, you should now have one output, which you do. Awesome. Pause the game. Add a box to our output thing, which is compute. But we'll add 2 of them. Why not? Why not? We unpause, and nothing happens. Why does nothing happen? Output node does indeed have a destination, right? Okay, cool. Has a destination. CPU has an output node. No, has an input entity. You're not the right CPU. This one. Connection buffer. Output node. Yes, I put it on the wrong CPU. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Right. Pause the game. Add compute. Add compute. You can't see what I'm adding. So just adding data boxes to it. And if I unpause, a data box comes out here and then just stops. Why does it just stop? Why? Why do you just stop? Why do you do that? Mr. Databox, why did you do that? Okay, let's go back to the CPU and let's see if you have two. You still have 2 data boxes, right? So we need to fix that problem. However, where is the data box? It's at 16 by 12. The 16 by 12.7. That one. You're the first belt. You do indeed have a data box. You've got the transfer tag, but you haven't. You've got the transfer tag. Okay. The 20.8 is the belt in front of you. You have a connection buffer input entity. Cool. Right. Which should mean that what are those 2 now? Data box movement system. You should be running on that one there. No, not the movement system, sorry, the transfer system. Data box transfer tag. So you only run if the transfer tag is true. The data box transfer tag is true. You should be running. Okay, right. So what's wrong with this job? Don't do it on anything that has the move tag. Nothing has the move tag, but that's fine. So this one here, okay, should be checking the stuff behind it. The counter is set to 0. Right. So that means this is never running. You have belt data that exists. Why is this script never running? It wants to run on his, it wants to run on input entity input buffer, which we do indeed have. Connection buffers underscore input entity. Yes, we have that. Right. And a counter. Yep. If input buffer.length equals 0, oh, you wet. This one needs to be greater than. Ah, it needs to skip it if it's already got data box, and it, no. Got me things wired up wrong. Right, let's do this. Okay. Let's do the belts first. Okay, I'm gonna make a. Oh. Do that. Oh, there you go. Okay. Now we're CPU. No, not CPU 45. Let's go to a belt. Any belt, you will have CPU. Cool. You have a destination. You know what you're doing. Add that. Cool. Right. And then we pause the game, go to our original CPU, come down here, add compute. Okay, unpause, and it comes out, and then it stops. Why would you do that? Why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Oh, why? Where is our prefab? Is it 10.8? Which is this belt up here. Okay, 10.8. Right. You have a data box. You've got one. Okay. Why are you set to transfer? No, you are set to transfer. That's fine. Yep. Okay. You have a. Okay. You are set to transfer. That's fine. Right. And you do indeed. Right. That's fine. So the belt in front of you is going to be 10.9. This one. The script is not running on here, so we have no tags. We don't have the move tag. We don't have the transfer tag. Okay. You don't run the transfer, but you do run a belt data. We have belt data. Yes, we do. Belt data is here. Okay. We have an input entity, so we know that's there. And our transfer box, the whole greater than or equal to 0 is the same as less than or equal to 0. It's still going to be 0. I need you to skip if we have more than 0. Basically. I swear I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Let's do randomness like this. Here we go. Pop. There you go. Right. Okay. Add you to that. Grab you here. Scroll you down. You have thing there. Go down to our output node. Scroll you down. You have the belt. You have the source. You have the destination. Excellent. Pause. First CPU. Come down here. Add a container of compute. Add another container of compute. Unpause. You are not our first CPU, are you? No. Let's go down to this CPU. That's it, because I don't know why this stuff's... Oh, I know why it's reordered, because it renamed stuff randomly. So... Okay, 2 boxes of compute data. Compute data should go between 2 processors. Oh! Broken. Right, okay. Okay, right. We had 3 errors for stuff being out of range. Where? Data box transfer system. Append to buffer. Okay, right, so no, this is wrong. This is wrong. We want to append to our buffer, don't we? No, we are running to our buffer. Yeah. All right, hold the phone just a moment here. So 2.8 has the move tag. But why is it the move tag? Why do we enable the move tag? Don't enable the move tag. We don't need to do that. Not here. Not here. We don't need to enable the move tag here. Okay. So you are potentially grabbing the information from the wrong place. CPU. You have a output connection. That's what I want. Add compute. You throw wobbly. Now we've got 2. Okay, we did create the box. Right. Let me check on my belts out. Hold on. So belt, you have the move tag. You don't have anything. You don't have anything. You're a CPU. Okay, so right. So this is firing. I need to check if the component is enabled. Okay, I need to check if it's enabled. This might fail if it doesn't have the component though. +1 overload as well. What does that mean? What's the overload? System handle. Oh, okay. Nope. Yeah, I need to check if it's enabled. Not if it has the component, because I think it has component still fires if yeah. Add a compute box. Okay, right. So it moved. Right. Then you if I add another compute one to you, you take the compute one straight away and this moves forward, doesn't it? So the belt moves to it's ready to transfer. Okay. The next belt has the data box, but hasn't been given the move. Okay. So we append to our buffer. Oh yeah, and then we want to tell ourselves that we have the move tag, don't we? Yeah. _ECB dot That component enabled. Data box move tag. Okay, I want to get rid of that and then scroll down here. Do that. Okay. So we need to tell this to move so that it can move on. The next one. Okay, here we go again. Right. That in there. Pause. CPU. Hope you have an output node. Let's add compute, and compute. Let's do 3 of them. Okay, unpause. Here we go. Right. 1 moves, 2 moves, 3 moves. They get to the end, they stop. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Excellent. Now let's try a more convoluted belt. Add compute. Okay. The game. Unpause. Here we go. 2, 3, and 4. Let's see how they move. Doesn't quite go to the center of the belt, so they're off slightly. They all appear to be moving. They're all stopping as well in the correct places, which is exactly what I want. They're not merging together, which is the bit I was mostly worried about, was the whole they'd merge together. So that's good. So okay, so the issues I was having before was the fact that I can enable and disable the move tags here, and I'm enable and disable the transfer and move tags here. However, this one cannot run on something that has a move tag, or will only run on stuff that has a move tag, sorry, and then we'll turn its move tag off and turn the transfer one on. And this only runs on transfer tags, or runs on nothing with the move tag, because we don't want to run on the transfer tag, and then it transfers stuff around. Okay, so it does mean this is potentially running on every single belt in the game that doesn't have an entity on it for transfer, and yeah, it's running on every belt in the game that doesn't have an entity transfer. So they're just, all the belts are constantly being greedy, trying to find stuff to move them, which is not ideal, but there isn't really any way I can there's not really any way I can think of doing that. The only other way I can think of doing that sort of thing is have the actual packages themselves fire, like check the check the belt they're on, and only have them run if they have a, I know, because the transfer thing will only work on boxes that don't have boxes on them. So I don't know. I don't know how I could do that. I don't know how I can have it only run on the belts. I can't. Enable a tag on a, like when a belt goes, hey, I'm ready to transfer here. Sorry, box movement. When this goes, we're ready to transfer. What it could potentially do is had the belt in front of it. But then it would need to know about belts in front of it, which is what I didn't really want to do. Because that's where the complication comes. When the belt knew about the belts in front and behind, and we were modifying data on the ones in front and behind, what could happen is what could happen is that this one would notify this one that's ready, and this one would notify that one that's ready, and then they'd both override each other. So this one would say this one, hey, can you fire? And this one would say this one, can you fire? And this one would go no and no, and it would this should turn it on, that would turn it off, and it would end up off when it should be on because of this one. So I need to do one at a time, and it works backwards. It propagates backwards. So this one checks this one, checks this one, checks this one. So yeah, there's a job running on every single belt in the game, which might be a problem when you get to millions of belts in the game if you ever do. But yeah, I can't really think of a better way of doing it, if I'm honest. Yeah, can't really think of a better way to do that. I don't want to shrink that down though. Make that much smaller. Okay. So when the belts go around corners, they don't. Also, I also need to check as well, which should still be working fine. Yeah, no, this will be fine. This will be fine. So let's check this. So let's do a straight line here, and then let's do a line here that goes nowhere. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, pause the game. Go to the CPU, and you've got 3 outputs, which is exactly what you should have. Let's add a bunch of these to it. All of them want to be compute, because that's the only thing that the CPUs can do at the moment is compute. So you've now got 5 outputs. Okay, so if we unpause the game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. We didn't duplicate, which is awesome. This belt didn't run, which means this doesn't have a destination, so that's fine. This is what I really want to look at here. Can I pause the game for a moment and just scene. Oh, that's better. They're now following the belts much more cleanly. I need to figure out a way to connect all these belts up. I need to like make curved belts and things. Don't want belts though. This is the thing. We don't actually want belts. What we want is technically they're supposed to be pathways. They're supposed to be the bus inside a computer. So they're copper wire essentially. But I need some way to represent the copper wire better than that. I could literally just do copper wire on the floor and then change the boxes to be spheres, so they look like they're electrical pulses going down the line. I would definitely like to know the direction of the copper, but then we could do that. I can make it a cable. Like literally a cable on the floor. The problem, no, it's something I'm going to have to overcome at some point. I don't know how to. I don't know how to change models based on other things in the world. Like when you put down a belt. I need for it to know how to like if I put down a belt here, then we put down a belt like there, and I put this in there. I want this to be a curved version, so it when you put it down, it ends up curved. I don't know how to do that. But I don't want it to be a smooth curve though. I want it to be like a square curve, realistically. I don't need to make like a straight line and then a curve right and a curve left. That's what I need to know. And then the rotation would matter on the thing. We'd have to just figure out. I suppose it could figure out because it could know where its input's coming from. And if its input is coming from the left or right, we could change the model. Which I have done before, actually. I have done it before because you can hide models inside models in entities. And then enable them. The thing is, I don't want the belts. I want to have more like Ikaria belts, so you don't like you can't side load the belts. I don't want it to be like Factorio or like Astro Colony where you can side load the belts because they're not belts. That's the thing. They're supposed to be a copper wire or gold wire that connects one pin of a CPU to one pin of a processor or a memory or some. You know, they connect two components on a motherboard, so they shouldn't have anything like that. However, I would then like to do something like Ikaria's system where you could have a like you put down a buffer chip then that would act like in Ikaria. That would act exactly like the T-junction in Ikaria. You put down a buffer chip and you input into it, and then it is the one that requests the stuff forward. So it's smart. The crust does exactly the same sort of thing as well. The belts only transfer down if the component at the end of the belt can accept it. So the crust is very similar as well, and the crust doesn't do side loading either. You have to put in mergers and splitters and things like that. So yeah, because I want to give players the opportunity to do that. Even though we're inside a computer, I still want to have them to be able to do that. I just don't want to side load the reason I want to side load belts is because unlike with like Astro Colony or Satisfactory or Factory Town, when you output from a building, it outputs whatever's inside that building or whatever filter you set. It just outputs anything at all. Whereas I want it to be more like Ikaria and the crust, where it only outputs stuff that has a destination, because that's technically how computers work. They don't send stuff that doesn't need to be sent. Although, to be honest with you, I don't know how that works. I don't know how it... I suppose everything just basically runs through. Everything just is a constant flow in the computer. There's no requesting that I know of. I'm sure there is requesting, but the graphics card would have to request to the memory, I need this stuff loaded into my system. So it loads from the memory, or now it loads directly from the hard drive into the graphics card. So it would have to know where it's shipping stuff to. But I think that just works on pinout. I think it just sends it down a pin and goes, I know this pin is guaranteed to connect to that thing because that's how I was made. Whereas in a game that we're doing here where we can put down belts, that's not how it's made. Pin 1 might go to one place and then you might delete it and change it to make it pin 1 go somewhere else. So, yeah. I could have side loading belts. Side loading belts, I feel with this robust system would now work. I could do that. I could have side loading belts, but I don't think I want to. I think I want to have like little buffer chips and do just like what Ikaria does, where if you want to have multiple belts going into one and then merge them to somewhere else, you need to put a merger down. You know, that sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. So, what's the next step? The next step is I need to go to the toilet. So, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I have returned. Oh, what do I want to do next? I suppose the next thing is, now that I'm no longer 8-bit and can be back to being high quality, we want to make sure the stuff goes into the processors to be processed, but also I need to make sure it only sends enough for what we want to do. As in, when we move to data, when we create to the creation system here, but I wasn't even full screen. Why? Why? Okay. And my ghosty figure. Wow. I can stand right here. No one even know I'm here. Optic camo. Let me show bigger. Right. Okay. So, what we want to do is What was I doing? I want to, when we create the box, right? So here. So we've got our destination and our belt entity. So we're getting the belts and we're getting the destination. That's fine. This only runs if the output buffer is greater than so if the output buffer is 0 and the data output buffer is 0, we don't do anything. We didn't do the counter. The counter is fine. That's not a problem. Blah blah. We get our destination entity, gets our belt entity. If any of those equals null, then we return because that means something went wrong. If not, if our final destination type, which is the destination entity capabilities, equals ourselves, this needs to be adjusted in some way, shape, or form because we might have multiple things on there. I can't remember how you do that with the flags thing now. Dot final destination data types equals component data equals I can't remember how you do that. I looked that up and I changed it and then I changed it back and I don't know why I changed it back. I should have left it because we want to send it if it doesn't want to be equal to okay, because let me show this problem here. Boom, there, and then pause and we go to the first CPU, and if we add a data box and we say this data box is computes, but we go to the CPU and we say the CPU does compute and graphics and sound, it doesn't come out because we don't match compute, graphics and sound. So I need to yeah, see that here. So if data type has flags for destination data type, so this didn't work. This here didn't work. So yeah, so we the CPU has an output buffer and it's got a compute system, but it doesn't it wants to send this because our final destination does have compute, but this didn't work. As flag yeah, see, that's not going to work. So what I need to do is the other way around. Don't I need to do if find destination type dot has flag, that way around. So if our final destination, which is the one that might have multiple things, has a flag that equals this data box, then we go. Okay, let's find out if that works. One other thing I haven't really tried is whether a CPU could input stuff to itself. I also need to check whether the data type that the data box we're moving is actually finished processing if we're in a processor. But that'll be okay because it should never end up in the output box unless it's done this. So let me see whether I can plug into myself as a data type. I don't know whether that's actually a valid thing or not, but let's find out. So CPU, let's add ourselves to be compute, graphics and sound. This one's got a finished tag. I probably want to get rid of the finished. I don't know, we'll see that. And then let's come to this one here and let's add a. Now that's interesting. You don't apparently have a output buffer. Why don't you have an output buffer? No, you do. There. Sorry, this is just for some reason in different order. Okay, so you want to be compute. Unpause. You do. You output. Awesome. And now, because, yeah, I had to do the flags of the round, so we need to not check if the output is equal to the box one. We need to check if the box is equal to the output one. Okay. Cool. Right. Oh, there you go. Cool. That works. So this works. This is fine. Data box creation system is now fine. That's just one I had to flip around there. Okay. So now we want to go to the component transfer system. And this was the one that I confused myself on. And the tag. I think we could possibly get rid of the tag. I'm not sure. Let's go to back to the transfer system. Hold on. Data box transfer system. No, that's the buffer. I want the data box transfer system. Okay, so this is the one that transfers into someone else, so that's fine. And then you will transfer. So you only pull if you're in a belt. Okay, that's fine. So now I want to do the same for the components. I want to have this basically the same script, but it wants to be running on components instead, doesn't it? Update before, so the transfer system updates before the creation system. Why did I do that? Don't remember. It was for a reason. Don't remember. I'll leave it for the moment. I might need to order some of these things as well. Like the movement buffer might need to move before the transfer buffer as well. So the movement system moves first, then we transfer, then we create. So the movement system should move stuff out of the way. The transfer should transfer things onto new places, and then the creation system will create if there's space for it. So, yeah. Right. So let's go to components. Component transfer system. I don't need. Right. Hold on. You're only running on belts, aren't you? Yes. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's this. Yeah. So we are pulling. We are pulling. Okay. So I can get rid of the tag. We don't need that anymore. We've got a problem with the tag here. What's this? Yep. Get rid of the tag. We don't need that. Okay. And I can don't need to tag anymore. Okay. So I want to grab that. I'm going to scrap this. This one, I think. Yeah, this is. Yeah, we don't need this. We don't need this. Get rid of this one. Get rid of that. Shoo, be gone. Well, no. No. Shoo, be gone. Create a new system script, and this is going to be the Data box transfer system should probably be called data box belt transfer system, and then I should have data box component transfer system, which means this shouldn't go into data movement. This should go onto the belts instead, shouldn't it? Data box belt transfer system. Didn't rename. Data box belt transfer system. Oh no, data box belt transfer system. And you want to go into belts. Yes. And you want to be moved into the belts namespace. Data box could not be found. Oh, hold the phone, hold the phone. Oh, it's called data movement. Can I rename this whole thing to data box? Yep, and then put this in belts. This is data box. Okay. You know what? This will be easier if you just have the data box namespace in the top. Use the data box namespace. Okay, that's fine. Right, boom. This is a data box transfer system, which is now part of the belt system because you are moving belts around. You're doing a lot of data box stuff, but you are technically a belt pin. Okay. Then I want the data box movement system. Data box belt movement system. Undo. Data box belt transfer system, movement system, and then use data box. It fits all that. Okay. Unity's going to freak out and go, I don't know what's going on anymore. What's wrong with this? Oh yeah, this is the new script, which I don't want to actually do anything with yet. Delete that. Yes. This is going to be the component data box. Right, yep, okay. Right, and then we want to have a component data box transfer system, which is, yeah. You want to update before the belt transfer system here. Now the data box creation system is technically a component thing, technically. So let's move that into components. Component data box creation system. Would you like to perform a rename on this project? Oh yes. This is going to be in components. I is indeed going to be using data box. Maybe how many? I want to try and avoid that actually. Oh, it's got a lot of them. There you go. The redundant component stuff, yep, get rid of that. Okay. Before component creation system, which will be components.component creation system. Okay. Because you are, yeah. Because the components are what create the box, create the boxes. So that makes sense in my head. Okay. Now we want to go with a this guy here. Because my data box folder was getting a bit large and things, so yeah. The input buffer stuff, this is all to do with data boxes, that's fine. And technically, but it's the components that create it, so that's why. I've got scripts everywhere, they don't always make sense, it's fine. But if I can at least try and get them roughly in the correct places, it will make life a lot easier for me. Okay, so now I've got a belt and I've got a transfer system here. So so you update before the creation system. So I probably want to do the same for this one, don't I? Update before the creation system. Okay. You are going to need well, not the databox transfer tag. You only run on the transfer tag, that's okay. Although, actually, no, you will do. Yep, I'll have to have that. It wants to have basically the same script. It wants to be the same script, but it wants to just deal with a couple of different things. If I just grab all of that and then come here and paste it in there, we'll have to rename some things here. New components, yep, that's fine. There you go. Okay, so we will do, you need a data box, yep, and you need the transfer tag, yep. Okay, and the idea is that this is going to transfer it from the belt into its input buffer. Okay, so that'll be fine with this. No argument given that corresponds to is read only. What do you mean? System component model? No. Unity.collections. That's better. Okay. So we look up the data box transfer buffer and the data transfer tag, which is fine. We still want to get our own thing to do stuff, so we are pulling from the belt, so we're checking every belt around us to make sure we have the thing here. However, there's a couple of other things we need to do here. We also want to get our dynamic input buffer. Enter buffer. Yes, but not this one. Okay. So not data box entity, but data box itself. Okay. And then we want to set the buffer clear on that one, that's fine. Then we want to say the data transfer tag is false, but we don't want to do the move buff. We don't need to do the move buffer for ourselves because we don't want to append to ourselves. We want to append to another thing. The input buffer we need because we need access to our own input buffer, which is fine. We then clear our input buffer, so that's fine. We want to do that. That's not a problem. They're both fine. Leave those down there. That's not a problem. Here, I want to have a reference or input and do it by the component buffer. Let's do it via the component buffer. Yeah. See, yeah, the input buffer we don't have to change here. Let's get a reference to our dynamic buffer. Data box input buffer. Data box input buffer. What now? Nope. Data box input buffer. I've also been very inconsistent with my underscores as well in places, I think. But that's okay. Then what we want to do is we want to check if our input buffer is 0. So we don't do anything if we have that. I don't want to do this on those. Okay, I want to do this on stuff that has the data input buffer. So we'll only run on components. And we'll only run on components that have the input buffer as well. If the input buffer doesn't exist, well, if it does, it's 0, it's fine. So we want to check if our data box transfer buffer is greater than 0. No, we can. Oh, hang on. This is going to transfer it from the belt. It's going to destroy the entity itself, and then we'll transfer it into our own buffer. Maybe we want to transfer it into our buffer and then we want to actually tell it to move forward. Do that out later. So rather than transferring into our buffer, and then there'd be a move tag, and the move tag would move it forward. But the move tag might have to have a location in it. We might have to add a second move tag. Could we add a move? Right, okay. Don't worry about the data box transfer. Just literally grab it straight off the belt. Okay, because we're not actually putting it into our data box transfer. We want to do the counter. That's fine. So we go around all of our inputs. and if it's component enabled, I really hope this works. This is component enabled. Also checks if the component is valid. Component lookup. Checks whether it is enabled on a specific entity. For the purpose of entity correct matching, disabled components will behave as if it does not have that component. But what happens if it doesn't exist? Like, what if the component doesn't exist on there? I suppose this would still be false as well. Okay, so what we want to do is, if the input buffer is ready to transfer, then we want to check if our we need to get our component data as well, don't we? If the data box input buffer length is less than the underscore component data dot cache size, then we want to append to our buffer not a new data box entry. We want to append a new, well, we don't want to, we actually want to do, we don't need to do the entity component buffer here, I don't think. Oh no, we might have to. We might have to. Data box input buffer. Undo that. Box data equals that's an entity, right? This doesn't want to be, this wants to be a component lookup, doesn't it? Not a buffer. Data box data and underscore data data. Oh. Component lookup data box data box data, and this wants to be underscore data box data. This is one hell of a deep dive here. There you go. So we need to look in the data box data in the transfer buffer of the input buffer, whatever counter we're on, the entity, number 0, and the data box. Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then we reset the data box into a buffer there because that will only ever contain one item. And then we turn the box transfer off on that item as well, so it won't try to transfer data anymore, which means it can accept new stuff coming in. Okay, We also need to grab this here. Good lord. And we need to hold on, I'm trying to curve over. I'm not yet. I think I know how to do that. And it's all to do with just swapping models. The actual animation around it will be exactly the same. It's just to do with swapping models. So we'll go ecb.setComponent. Nope. Add component. Trunk index, that entity, new destroy entity system dot destroy entity data. Do not cause connection reset equals true. So we'll get rid of the entity. And we've added it to our input buffer. Right. Here we go. Pause. If I do it this way, actually in the future, if I always do it this way in the future, I've only got one CPU to worry about. I don't have to worry about accidentally sending something into the wrong CPU. So let's come here and let's add a compute and a graphics and a compute. Okay, unpause. Oh. Transfer data box job box data has been find or don't belt transfer data box drop, right? There you go. That's why I'm trying to share. Even though this is internal, it can be shared. Nope. Copy pasted, didn't rename. Pause, CPU, scroll. Add. Compute, sound, compute. Oh, no, we still got a wobbly. Has not been assigned or constructed. Did I not save both the scripts? I didn't save both the scripts. God. Add. Compute, sound, compute. Nope, still, what's wrong with this? Component data box transfer job has been assigned or constructed. What do you mean it's been assigned or constructed? Component data transfer job. Not been assigned or constructed. Oh. I'm gonna look up data box lookup. Doop. Doop. There you go. I didn't do that. So maybe I could have named the jobs the same thing, and because they're internal, they would have been fine. Oh well. I thought it was because they were different. Right. Save. Save is good. Okay, let's try again. Here we go. Boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Pause. CPU. Add. Compute. Graphics, sound, whatever. Compute. Do the thing. Unpause. Still goes terribly wrong. What's wrong with this? Attempted to access component lookup belt data job, which has been invalid by a structural change. Oh. Seriously. Come on. Come on. Stop copy and pasting. Stop copy and pasting. Retype it out. Retype it out and make some more sense. Add compute. Well, it moved. Okay, cool. Add compute graphics compute. Okay, here we go. Now let's see. Yep, it disappeared. That one doesn't disappear because this has only got one cache. Okay, and now the CPU should have, if we come down here, it has in its data output box, it's got graphics. I see my head's in the way, sorry. It has the graphics on because it couldn't send the graphics anywhere because the CPU doesn't accept graphics. But its input buffer, here, where are you? Where's the input buffer? Here. We have one box data with compute and a processed amount of 0. Pause. CPU. Let's just double check this thing. So output, compute, and I'm going to set it to 10. And then compute, and I'll set the second one to 20. And then we'll add another compute, and we'll set this one to 50. Because why not? Here we go. Boom. Here they come to save the day. Boom. So let's have a look, see at our 3 boxes. Output 1 is 10. Yes. Output 2 is 20, and box 3 is 50. Boop. Number 1 disappeared. Number 2 and 3 don't go anywhere. That's fine. Go to the CPU. Scrolling down. We have a compute one which has 10 processing amount already on it. So it's saving all the data and transferring the data correctly. Excellent. Now all I need to do is make sure it doesn't send anything more than it can receive. So if the cache is 1, I only want to send 1 item down the belt. And then tell it 1 item is on the way. So yeah, and then maybe not be 8-bit anymore. Welcome back, Emble. Hope you enjoyed your dinner. Did you have anything fantastic? Okay, so that works, right? Okay, so our belts work. Yes, our belts work. Awesome. Right. Cool. I'm a little stunned that this kind of worked. Well, not first time because I messed it up, but yeah. Okay. So the next job is to actually get the processors. You had a 12-inch tall chocolate Easter bunny for lunch. You lucky devil, you. I will never be able to eat chocolate Easter bunnies again. Oh. Or Cadbury cream eggs. I can have Oreo cream eggs, which are quite nice as well. So, yeah. Right, so... Right, so the belt system works. And it moves stuff around, and it knows moves around. We just need to tell it to not move stuff around with the component system. So what I need to do is in the... Is it the component data? Might have to separate this out as well at some point. We might have to have one that has the component data abilities, one that has the memory size on it, and then another one that has the processing speed. Because a component can be just memory, which is storage. It could be obviously a graphics card, which would still have a memory size on it, but the processing speed also needs to be a bit better, because processing speed of what capability. So I might have to have a capabilities thing, but I can't add the same component data. I can't add the same component data to a thing twice or 3 times or whatever. Yeah, because I don't know, we'll leave it simple for a minute. We'll leave it simple, we can complicate it later. So right, what I'll do is in the component data I need to check the cache size. Oh, this should be memory size, but let me appear what, a chocolate Easter bunny. He looks happy. He looks very happy. But no, it's been a bit weird for me, because I've said on stream obviously a year ago when it happened. I discovered Easter last year, just after Easter last year, I was allergic to chocolate, and may have well been allergic to chocolate all my life, because I've been suffering from headaches since I was an early teenager. So from basically puberty, I think I've been suffering from headaches just all the time, and it got knocked up to, I was spending too much time in front of the computer, because that's all I ever did even when I was younger. And I just kind of ignored it for ages and ages and ages and didn't worry about it. And then some people saying, oh, we should diet, and other bits, there was all these excuses for it. And I finally put together that I hadn't really had any chocolate since Christmas until Easter come along, and then after Easter I was feeling awful, like really bad. Like I'd have some Cadbury cream eggs and then feel really bad the next day, like feel really like my head was killing me, and it took me hours to get rid of it. And then I just went, okay, I'm going to stop eating chocolate, just as a test, just complete test, stop eating chocolate, and the headaches went away. The headaches were just gone. Now the only time I get headaches is if I don't actually drink enough, which I do a lot, because obviously, you know, when you're driving, you don't want to drink a lot because you don't want to keep going to the toilet. But so it may have been since I was a young teenager. So for 30 years ish, I may have been allergic to chocolate and eating chocolate, or it's the tannin in cocoa, which I'm allergic to. So But I can eat white chocolate. White chocolate's good. White chocolate's fine. It's not really chocolate because it's got no cocoa in it. That's why I can eat it. But yeah, and I have tested it. I did test it after I went for a couple of weeks without having any problems, and then I went, okay, I'm going to have a chocolate bar at work. And if I eat like at lunchtime, if you eat chocolate at lunchtime and then have like another meal during the day, I'm okay the next day. But if I eat chocolate anytime in the evening time, and then go to bed, I will wake up with a headache, and it's consistent. It happens every time, every single time. So yeah, even I contacted the doctors about it as well and spoke to them about it, and they said there's no point in doing a test because you've discovered it, and we agree. What you've said makes perfect sense. It seems like you have been allergic to chocolate for a long time. However, my new doctor was very concerned as to why I didn't have any. For a teenager to be having those headaches for that many years, why any blood tests and things weren't done, he didn't understand. So yes. So enjoy your chocolate Easter egg bunny thing. I cannot eat them, which is I don't miss chocolate. I don't miss chocolate. Honest, I don't miss chocolate. I really don't miss chocolate. But there is wonderful white chocolate out there. So yeah, there is wonderful white chocolate out there. Very much. Excuse me. They do. I don't know whether they do the most in the world, but they do. Instead of the cream eggs, they do Oreo eggs, which is white chocolate, and I love Oreo, so I just have them instead. But it was great when they first come along because they were quite cheap, and now Easter's around the corner. Suddenly the prices have all jumped up to almost twice what they were a month ago. So yeah. Right, okay, so right, I want to be able to excuse me, I want to be able to know what is on the way to I want to know what is on the way to what is on the way to my component, my so I need to know whether an item is on the way. If it is, we don't want to send any more. So how do I do that? Create a new buffer on the component, and when we create a box, we add it to the buffer in the component, so it's on the way, and then when it gets there, it checks against its on the way buffer, and if they match, it removes it from the on the way buffer. I think that will work. It's going to go into components. Component data box on the way buffer. Why not? Why not? Okay, this is going to be under components because it's going to be attached to a component. It's going to have a public entity data box. Data box entity. Be more descriptive, because I've messed this up somewhere else as well. In one of my other buffers somewhere. Yeah, so this is input connection. Input. These should be called belt input entities, shouldn't they? No. Because the output entity is just an entity, isn't it? Because the output entity might be that's where you're outputting to. No, this will be an output belt entity, because you're only going to ever output to a belt. And you're only ever going to input to a belt. Okay. And then I want to go to my data box things. That's data type and processed amount, which I want to do because it needs to know how far through its processing it's going. Data box entity. Okay. The input buffer is not an entity. This is the box data, which is a data box data. Yes, it's not a move tag. Data box object is the prefab. Why am I getting the prefab? Oh, so I could store that as a no, I know that's right. Okay, so yeah, so this is going to be a data box entity. Okay. Boom. So that means we're going to add another component to our component data, which means our placement system needs to come down here and go scroll. I really need to make this, place object only fires once when you click the mouse. It doesn't matter. I need to make this better. I really need to make this better. Like, not necessarily cut things out, but yeah. So if you are a component, do this. If you're a belt, then don't. The belts get done themselves. The reason I'm doing it this way is because the components are going to be dynamically created, so I need to add them when we place stuff, not in a baker for them, because that won't work. Although we could have an empty thing for the baker. This could all be added to them. We just add like a in our prefabs here, we have a socket and we have a blank socket, and then it dynamically creates it as we go, depending on the size we want to make. But I don't know how to do that yet. I don't have a clue how to do that yet. How to dynamically make things like stitch stuff together. Yeah, not a clue. There's probably a way to do it and stitch it together as one thing, but I don't know how to do that yet. So yeah, so we'll stick to this system at the moment here. So boom, 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 and then I want to just go ecb.add buffer on the way buffer. Yeah, sorry, it's not a buffer, is it? My buffer element. Okay. Excuse me. Now in our belts, is this the belt? Nope, it's going to be in the component data box creation system. So you create a data and throw it out. So you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this here. So we've got a timer running as well. We'll do it I do it 20 times a second. Okay, so this is not running all the time. This actually doesn't spew out stuff all the time. There is a tick rate to the game. Okay. You need to look up the looking for the destination entity. Yeah, so we need to go up here and then go buffer lookup on the way. Component data box on the way. Lookup. Yep, that's Oop. And down here, read only. Boom. Boom. There we go. Okay. If destination entity that is, then get rid of that. Okay. Boom. And then if install component data box on the way. Box on the way. Destination entity dot length. Don't know what the difference between length and capacity is. Length is less than this little component data max box on the way doesn't exist. Cache size. Okay, if it's greater than or equal to then cut out this because it means we can't send any more. Okay, otherwise we instantiate the box prefab, we set the component, we do things, we set the buffer to this one here, and then we'll do the same again. We want to go ecb.append to buffer, chunk index, destination entity, component on the way, box, yes, the second one. So we append to the buffer, there's a component on the way. Awesome. Okay. Then when we transfer the buffer to ourselves, which we do here, we transfer the buffer into ourselves. Data entity. Wow. If data box input buffer dot length is less than component case dot cache size. Yes. Okay. Entity data box entity equals oop. Wait a minute, hold on. This is wrong. Undo. Right, input belt entity. I want the data box. No, this is right. Hold on. I'll put DataBox data to okay, cool. Then DataBox entity, and then go DataBox entity there. And then same one here. Change this to be DataBox entity. Nope. Okay, hold on. Undo. What now? DataBox transfer, data transfer buffer. Oh, just need to change that entirely to be DataBox data entity. There you go, boom, like that. You're the belt entity and the belt entity, okay? Right. Okay, so we get the DataBox entity, which is the actual entity of the whole thing here. So if so we are checking. This is when we get it in, isn't it? Okay, so we get the data entity, and then we're going to go through a for I equals not databox.length. We want to do this one, databox. We are going to look up. We've got another buffer, haven't we? Dynamic buffer. Welcome, hello, good evening. Dynamic buffer. On the way. Equals on the way dot length. If on the way I dot DataBox entity is equal to data box entity, then move. Sorry, we need to go. Component on the way buffer dot remove at. I want to break out of this because I need to do the rest of this stuff. Well, that breaks out of this for loop. Oh, okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. So that will still do the rest of this here. Okay, cool. Right. Okay. I need to create the models of basically just left and right curves, and then when I put them down in the world, they need to know where their input is coming from and swap to the correct model depending on where the input is coming from. Actually, that's all they need to do. That's all they need to do. So if it's coming from so we have We have, you know, the belt like this, 3 belts like this, and obviously this one is facing this way, this one is facing this way, and this one is facing this way, so it goes this direction. This belt here just needs to know that its input comes from this way, and then change the model to, instead of being that one, being a curved one like that. So we just need two belts that curve left and right, and then the outputs are down here, and they just input depending on what way round. Yes, it just knows because it has an input buffer. It has an input buffer, and it can look where the input buffer is coming from, and it will just connect to that one there. Actually, I need three. I need three belts. So I need they have I need a belt that goes that way. I need a belt that does that. I need a belt that does that. Okay, because they're not going to be belts. They're going to be wires, essentially, is what I'm going to change them to. But I need that. However, these curved ones kind of want to be more of that sort of thing, because when the packets are moving along, when the boxes are moving along, they move to the center of it. So this would be the center point here. So I want them to come along to this point here and then come down again. Because if we have a curved one, they'll end up coming along to this point and coming down there, and that'll look very weird. So they won't follow the belt around on a proper curve. So also variants of belts that when they connect to buildings. But wouldn't that be the same as if they connect to another belt? Or is there a difference? Do they like extend inside the building a little bit or something? They extend a half tile into the building. Ah, yes, nice. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's something else I need to do as well. The whole animation of stuff going into a building. I need to figure that one out as well. But I'm going to do that later. Because I was actually looking at how Factory Town does it, and Factory Town does it the same way that I've got it right now. Is that as soon as the belt, the item is in the center of the belt that's closest to the building, it just disappears from the belt. It just boom and appears in the building. There's no movement inside the building, but I'd like to have it flow inside the building. So, okay. So yeah. So this now, right. So I put down this here. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I love how I'm going around. I've got the ability to rotate both directions, but I still go all the way around in one direction rather than the other way. Like my brain's just saying push R to rotate, even though you can rotate in both directions. I should just have R to rotate. That would make so much more sense. Anyway, pause, CPU, what is scroll, add. What did I just do then? Add. Compute. Right. One comes out. Awesome. One comes out. No others are moved, so it knows not to send any further ones down the line. Let's really check that. But up there you go. It just disappears into there, into the cache, and obviously that has moved from the cache into the dynamic buffer. Cool. And then you'll go up the belt and then stop there. That's not quite how I want this to be. I guess I don't want to take it out of the on the way buffer until it's finished processing. Because now you've got one input buffer and one output buffer. Oh, I should just check the output buffer and the input buffer. That's what I should do. Component creation one here. So This one. Box creation system, yeah. So if that's instead, so if the on the way buffer dot length is greater than the cache size, or the data transfer buffer dot length. No, that's not what I want. It has to have a buffer. Where do you check? Oh, here. Or the we're not sending the input buffer, are we? No, we're not sending the input buffer. I can't check it against the whether the input buffer is full, because I want to if something's on the way or the cache size is full, the input buffer is cache size is full, then the belt has to have a transfer buffer, so that's a fail set. I've stopped doing this. I've stopped doing the does it have a buffer thing, and it's going to come back and bite me at some point. Like here, I'm just you know, I'm not even checking whether it's got these components. I'm just going, yeah, it's got to have these components. I know it's going to have these components, but one day it might not have the components, and it's going to come back and bite me. So I will probably have to put in some more fail safes. I'll do that as and when stuff comes up, because I don't know where I need to do it and where I don't need to do it. Because not even the these required for update things, these are not guaranteed. Just because there is a component data in the world doesn't mean that the component data exists on the item I'm looking at. All I need to make sure is that when I'm doing these state component lookups, I need to make sure that this doesn't go wrong here. But if none of these exist, I don't want to look up something that doesn't exist, so that's why this should all be same here. Data outputs buffer, I don't know why that's, because that's here. That's not required because this is a reference coming into the job, so this won't run on a thing that doesn't have that anyway. So that should instead be this. Yeah. No, I don't think I've done any of that here, have I? Data box. On there. Yep. So that's the only process I need there. I need to check stuff down here, but that's fine. So this transfer system is when we transfer from our input buffer, because we have an input buffer, up against our actual data box buffer. So this is the transfer buffer. The belt hands over to the transfer buffer, and then the transfer buffer hands over to the system. So I need to go in the creation system. I need to also look up the input buffer. So buffer lookup input Data box input. No, what's it called? What's it called? Components. It's not in the components. What's it called? Data box input buffer, isn't it? Input buffer. That, I've just realised the data box input buffer shouldn't be under data boxes. This should be under components. Because the data box input buffer, although isn't there a data box output buffer? There is as well. That should also be under components. Ah, no. Did I copy this, the data input buffer? Did that get copied or moved? It got copied. Why did it get copied? The input buffer and output buffer are only part of components. Okay. Yeah, so you need to do a component lookup, don't you? Yeah. The data input buffer. Okay. Oop. Date it. Here we'll go read only public data lookup input buffer thing. Doop. Data box input buffer, please. More descriptive, thank you. I renamed some of these in connection buffer input entity connection buffer. Maybe this should be a component. No, leave that. We could probably underscore it and it would make sense actually. Because that also changes, having the underscores in there changes the way the UI shows it in Unity. So yeah. Right. Okay. So so here I can also go if that is an or if underscore data box input buffer, which is now actually being completely renamed differently. How would you name this? You would just call it a component lookup. Let's try again. Hold on. Buffer lookup. Data box input buffer lookup. Oh, that's because it's named everywhere already. Hold on. Let's get rid of the naming convention stuff here for the moment. Be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone. Okay, be gone. All right. Now, buffer lookup component data. That's not what I want. No, I don't know what. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Data input buffer and dot. Oh, data input buffer extension entity dot length is greater than or equal to component data destination entity dot cache size. Pause, CPU, scroll. What's it called now? Oops. Yeah, because if you can see this here, hold on, make a video. Now I've renamed them. It's got component buffer, data box input, component buffer, data box output, component data box on the way buffer, and then input entity. So it's got different. It actually puts these split lines in there, so it names things clearer. So I know it's the output box that I want to do for stuff now, like this. We add a compute one, and then we're going to add another compute one, and then we're going to add another compute one, like that. Okay. And if we unpause the game, nothing happens. Why? What did I break? Here, this is the only thing I've changed. So if the length is longer than the cache size, or the data inputs buffer dot length is greater than the cache size, come out of here. Well, neither of them are going to be greater than the cache size because the cache size is set to 1, and the box data input, is this the correct? No, for some reason it says box data output. Why is it box data output? Damn you. Ah, you're looking at your box data input here. Wait, what? Hang on. No. Wait, undo. Wait a minute. Data output. You should not be the input, you should be the output guy. I'm guessing that got renamed at some point by mistake. So yeah, I'm guessing that got renamed by mistake at some point. Okie dokie, I hope you're having something tasty. Input output, data box entity transfer buffer. That's the actual data box itself, isn't it? And then we've got component data box on the way buffer. I should rename that to be component on the way, data box on the way. Compute. Out it comes, on the way, round it goes. It should end up in here, the input buffer. It did not end up on the input buffer, right? Okay, I am guessing I've named some of these things wrong. Simplify stuff here. I don't know why I did not do this before. I do not know why I didn't do this before. The buffer, undo, rename. The buffer, data box on the way. Okay. You scrolling down, let's see what these name now. So we've got component buffer, input, data box on the way, output. Input entity, output entities, connection buffer, data box entity transfer buffer. Where is that? Data box entity transfer buffer. See, that's not a belt or a component thing. That is its own thing, isn't it? Yeah. It's the connection buffers, so that's fine. The component buffers. Data boxes on the way. Not that they're called. I need to rename because they're not going to be data boxes on the way. That's why I called them packets originally. A data packet makes just so much more sense. Let's scroll down here. Data box on the way. Input, output, data box entity transfer buffer. Okay. Cool. Right. Yep, one comes out. Away it goes. We've got one on the way. Pause this for a moment here. Yep, we've got one on the way. Okay. However, you got here and you've stopped now. Why is that? Component data box transfer. Yeah. Okay, so this I think has become a problem here, hasn't it? Some stuff's been renamed where it shouldn't have been in some of my files, which is not what I want. So output, data box on the way buffer, and go away. Where is that? Data box on the way buffer, go away. Okay, let's again. Bum ba bum ba bum. Add, compute, unpause, comes out, it goes along, it goes down, it disappears into the CPU. Excellent, but the CPU cannot obviously accept any more because it's wait a minute. Why are you traveling around and around and around and around and around? So you're taking it from the output buffer. Okay, the creation system here yeah, you're creating from the output buffer, but you're putting it in the output buffer. So this one here, you're putting it in the wrong buffer. Yep. Yep, stuff got renamed. Stuff got renamed. I think I was probably when I copied things around, I probably messed up some kind of, so yeah. Clean up belt box system. What's this one doing? Data box transfers and the clean up belt data system. We've never had to do any of that. What was I going to do with this? Don't think we need this anymore. Again. Try this again. Here we go. Here we go. Right. Play. I'm running all this without burst as well. That's going to be fun when we re-enable burst and see everything explode. Everything burst. Ha 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 ha. CPU. Pause game. Add. Compute. 10, 20, 30. Okay, 10 went away. Awesome. Ended up in here. Nice. Okie dokie, stuff is moving around. Excellent. Right, close all of this down here. This is good. That has been done. We're good for that. Okay. So, the next thing to do is actually have the components and have the component process data system. Okay, and this is going to be under the components tag. And we are basically just going to run a job on anything that has a input buffer. I also want to, now think about it, come into here, standard scripts. I want to add a new script here. Actually, this can be a component script, can't it? Yeah. Entity component is active. Oop. That's so that we can turn on and off components when we play the game. We can click them and tick to turn them on and off, however we want to do it. So, boom. So this is going to want to have to only run on components that are active. And by default, everything should be on active. So let's go to the placement system. And again, down here where we place our stuff. Yeah. So, input, output, reset connection tag. And component entity, comma, new is active. Component is active. Oh, I need to save this, don't I? Wait, what? Did I not save it? Oh. Can I rename this to be component is active rather than component it's active? There we go. Component is active tag. Cool. Right. So here we want to go my job entity, not a batch. Execute wants component data. Yep, well actually wants an input component data. Wants dynamic buffer, data box input, data box input buffer. Let's underscore these ones as well, please. Also, this needs a chunk reference, doesn't it? Because it's an iJob entity. That's not how you spell the word process. Okay. Right. We're going to need a component lookup, which means we're going to need to have a component lookup, buffer lookup, component lookup. What will we look for? I want to look for a data box lookup. So component lookup. Data box dot data box data lookup. State dot require or update data box dot data box data. Yeah. Nope. Component lookup data box data. Do it that way. Thank you. Nope. Underscore data box lookup dot update. Ref. Wait. And then we're going to go new. Read only. Public. Data box lookup. Underscore data box. New job. Yep, that's fine. We don't want to do this. We want to schedule parallel, please. Get data. There is no data. Get out of it. Data box data. You shouldn't have underscores. So yeah. Or int I but don't do the rest of that. This wants to be component data dot parallel processing. Okay, then I'm going to comment that out so I'll remember that later, hopefully. Because if a processor has the ability to do parallel processing, we want to go over each and every one of the parallel processing things and run it, like how many threads it has. So component data dot threads would make more sense, but parallel processing is better because graphics cards can do multiple things that don't have threads. So we want to basically find the data box that is in our dynamic buffer I, which should be 0 here because yeah, it's just this public int parallel processing threads, please. Okay, and I'm going to have to set them to all be processing speed is good data dot processing speed, and parallel processing threads is going to equals 1 for the time being. To do well, I can uncomment this and this will work. There we go, so I can actually use the whole thing straight away. So we want to go through we want to assign a thread to each thing that's in there, and I kind of want to start at the start and go through them in that order. So we will just go through if I is greater than underscore data box buffer.length, then return. Oh, it's capital B. There you go. So if we're beyond our if basically if our input buffer is empty, if we've got 10 threads but only 2 things to run, we only want to run 2 threads on them. So yeah, then we'll just break out of this for loop and don't do any more. Yeah. Okay. And then we want to get the data box, and now data boxes are only going to have 1 thing per data box, but this will be fine. We also want to get the the box data. There we go. We get the box data, and then we go. We need to send in another thing here as well, which is going to be a loop, which is delta time, and delta time will equals not state.delta time public where public float delta time. Delta time will not be state.delta time, it'll be system API dot time dot delta. Okay. Data box data dot oh, hang on, what's wrong with this? Oh, sorry, data box data dot processing amount plus equals, yep, that's exactly what we want. Oh, I hope this is not doing, I hope we're not writing to this, are we? This argument 2 must be passed with a ref keyword. What argument 2? No. Oh, there you go. Right. All right. So I want to. We shouldn't get any stuff that's added to us that isn't in our would there be a scenario where we get a box that's the wrong stuff? I don't think so. I don't think so. The problem is, I wonder whether this is going to register that we are trying to edit something that's read-only. We need an entity command buffer as well, don't we? Entity buffer. Oh, let's steal it from here. Oop. Copy. Paste. And then down here we want to go entity command buffer parallel router. Oop, and then up here we go. Oop, no, thank you. And down here I want to go underscore I can't set the entities for this one. I need to set the I need to be able to right. No, not right to this. Hold on. I need to get the entity that that box data is on. Oh, right, Bosch. We're not using this. We're not actually using this lookup, are we? No, we're getting it via this, which is a completely separate thing. Can I do a entity lookup? How do I get this? The entity doesn't exist. No, the entity doesn't exist. I don't need this. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that. I don't need that running either. That's fine. Okay, so the entity itself doesn't actually exist at this point. It's purely just data stored for us. So we are modifying the data. I don't need to set the component because I'm modifying the data directly. So that's fine. So yes. So here we're going to go if get rid of all of that. I don't know what that was there. Is greater than or equals to 100. Is it F? Did I do is the box data a float? It is a float. Excellent. Yes. If it's greater than 100, then we want to go with data box data dot process amount equals 100, so it doesn't go any further. And then we want to move it to the next one here. However, I want to make sure we are actually running stuff on our if we get a data packet to us that isn't for the processor, I just want to throw it away basically. But then I don't want to waste a thread doing that, although you could waste a thread doing that because it would only happen for one frame anyway. It would just spit the stuff back out again. So So don't do that. So here, I want to do a very quick check. So the same thing that we did when we created the one. So we need to check the processor against the thing. So if store component data dot capabilities dot has flags. No, not data types. No. Data box data dot data type. Okay, so first one was if it doesn't. Okay. Then we want to boot it out to our output buffer. So I also want to come here. The output buffer. Let's put those down another line so it's easier to read. These need to become references. Okay. So if we don't have the flags for the data type, then we just want to remove it from our buffer and add it to the other buffer. So remove component. I don't want to remove component, I need to remove it from the buffer. So I need to go through the buffer, don't I? Actually, let's check whether the buffer is full. So if output buffer dot nope data box output buffer dot length if the buffer is less than our current size, then we will add it to our current self and then remove it from the other one. So I need to do a for j equals output buffer dot length, not -1. Why would you do -1? Might have to do -1, I don't know. If data box output buffer j dot box data equals data box data, remove yes, that's what I want to do. Then break out this one here. We add it to ourselves, we go through and then we remove it. I'm actually going to move that into here. So we remove it and then we add the new one, just in case it's something's we break out of this for loop here, so this only does it once. That's fine. All this if statement is just a single thing anyway. That's if we don't have the flags for it, then we just move it to the output buffer. That's fine. So if you're greater than or equal to box data and then data box data dot data type equals data type dot finished. Okay. And that will work beautifully for us, because then as it's going around and processing, we increase processing amount until we get to 100%, and then we cap it at 100% and we change its data type to finished. Now, our processor will never have the capabilities of a finished flag. So that means this script here will then boot the thing out from my input data to our output buffer. It providing our output buffer is not full. And then every frame it will go through every one of its power rail threads, trying constantly to add to boot this thing out, because it's only got so much cache. So the cache is going to be input and output side, and the input side cache is shared during the processing time, then it moves to the output side afterwards. Okay, so this should just work on anything that has component data and the input and output buffer, which we have by default. We don't need the entity. Didn't actually need that in the end because I'm not using entity command buffer. We are running everything on data inside the script. I hope this is going to work. If not, we're going to have to use the entity command buffer. We also don't need the chunk index for this one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get processing working. Need to work on a couple of visuals and things, I think. So, okay. Right, so out of range. Why are we out of range? Oh, if input buffer.length equals 0, then get out of here. Don't run unless we have something here, so that would be why. There's no point in the processor running if it's got nothing to do. Okay. So let me come down here and I'm going to add 2 things to this. So we're going to have 2 compute circuits running on its own thing. Okay, unpause. Item comes out, goes round. Let's have a look at the CPU socket here. Pause a moment. So we have an input and an output buffer, both for compute. This is fine. Oop. This is not increasing at all. I think I know why. I'm getting this and then we're doing this, but I'm not putting it back in again. So then I want to go the other way around. Oop, equals data box data. Cannot modify because it's not a variable. Reinterpret, what does that mean? Dot. There's no replace. I suppose we could remove it, but then I can't add. Modify data in a dynamic buffer. There's set buffer, append to buffer. Use the add component and remove component to add an empty buffer. Okay, so I don't need to set component, I can just go add buffer. Right, hang on. Equals new. That's what I need to do. Data type equals data type. Process amount equals data box data dot processed amount. From all this, cannot convert data box data to component buffer data box data. Oh, equals new buffer. Nope, you can't. Right, okay, so you're confusing me now because the so the actual the thing on the Unity script that I'm looking at on the Unity site, it's telling me that this is correct. That line is correct. This doesn't make any sense. Because for a reference, that's wrong anyway. We need to remove it from the input buffer. If the output buffer is... No. We need to remove it from the output buffer and then add it to the input buffer. But box data buffer to data box input. Box data. You cannot modify that. You can't modify a thing. You have to change the entire thing. But the entire... You can't modify one segment of it. You have to modify the entire thing of it. But it won't let me do this. Because I need to create a new... I'm confused by this though. Command buffer data box input. I'm not trying to create, I'm trying to... Right, what? This is not a dynamic buffer, is it? No, you're creating a data box here. Okay, and we're doing all the stuff with airbox, and that's fine. And this is working fine just here. So can I... Right, except this doesn't want to be... Wait, these are wrong. These are wrong. We're going to remove it from the input buffer, because that's what we're doing with, and then add it to the output buffer. Okay, and this wants to be output buffer. Okay, and then you're doing that there. So now this should be able to update. Okay. We've got to take the data out, modify the data, put the data back in, and there can be much rejoicing. So if I come down here, oh dear, add 2 to the output. Oh god, the game's running. Wait, what? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on just a moment. Okay, so why are you... So if we do this, and then we add a data box outputs here with nothing on it, it gets taken. Why does it get taken? It should not do that. Oh, data type field equals data types dot none. But there should all be data types dot finished. By default, they should be generated as finished types. No, that won't work. That will break things for us, won't it? Yeah. Can I change the data type? So there's finished, compute, graphics, sound. Let's make an invalid one and let's spawn them as invalid. Okay. Output type. It's spawned with nothing on it. However, the weirdest thing about this is that it's been taken by the system and you have nothing on you. You should be set to be invalid. I don't know why that's not. Also, this is currently broken. Oh no, it's not. Hold on. No, it took the data box. So why does the CPU have the flags of nothing when it's got compute? It also doesn't have invalid here for some bizarre reason. Why is that? It might be that you can't jump to 99, you need to put these all in order. I don't know. Let's change these all around then. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Save. And maybe they'll all start with invalid now, hopefully. Hey. Oh, let's actually, before we do that, let's go to our CPU. And nope. Let's go to our buildable objects CPU and change the capabilities to be compute. Okay. Cool. Okay. Boop, boop. Go CPU, scroll down here, and if I add one to the output box, it's taken straight away. Even though its data type is set to nothing. That's not right. I need to have a double check when we're doing the creation thing, don't I? Components, box creation. Okay, so we do the bits, pieces, blah, 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 blah. Build entity, destination entity, fun destination type equals fun destination type. So I need to check if this before we go anywhere further, like I need to go up to, is it after the counter I need to go? Data output buffer, I don't know. It's got to be done in here. So if data type equals data types dot equals enum dot nothing dot has or flag slash data types dot nothing. There is no nothing. That's flag 0. Why don't you do that? Nope. Data type is equal to 0. Continue. I don't know. If 0 is considered nothing or invalid or whatever. Let's find out. You scroll, add. Ah. There we go. So I can get rid of the invalid one. We don't need that. Okay. I'm going to start them at 1, however, so they don't start at 0. Hopefully that will still be fine. Not an definition for invalid. Spawn them with data type 0. Okay. Cool. Thank you very much. Okay, right, here we go then. Here we go. Boom, boom. Output, output, output. Pause, go to CPU, scroll down here. Let's add an output box to this one first and just check. Nope, nothing happens here. Excellent. We'll add 3 of them and make them all be compute. Boom. One should come out and go round. You have taken it. Awesome. We have an iBlocks element data thing here. And as you can see, it is building up very, very slowly because obviously the CPU is not very quick. It should be doing 2% every second. That's its current speed. We can, however, speed this up a little bit. So we'll do that. We'll make it 90. There we go. Okay, and then it should go to 100%. Boop. It is finished. It is 100%. Awesome. It did not move from the input to the output, but it wouldn't do because the output is already full because this thing has only 1 cache on it. Okay, if I change the cache size to be say 2, another one's going to come out of here. Okay, 2 are going to come out of here, in fact, because the wait, hold on, wait, what? So you're not running because this one is still in here. Why is this one not moved to the output buffer? Current processing. If we don't have a flag, we do not have the finish flag, which means you are now set to finish, which should mean this fires if the output buffer length is less than that, so the output buffer is 0, which is definitely smaller than the cache. We go through the output buffer, and oh, we go through the output buffer. Oh. You go through the input buffer, and then if we here, we need to remove it and then add ourselves to the output buffer. I think I was very confused at it, so why it sent the other stuff over. Do this. Stop. Let's go to you. Let's make your cache be 2 in size. I'm going to add 1, 2, and 3 output data to you, all being compute. Oop. 1, 2. Yep, 2 come out. Awesome. Okay. 1 goes in there. 1 goes in there. Interesting that another one comes along. It stops. Not sure why that's doing that, because the dynamic buffer is 2 and the input buffer, it might have just grabbed it as it was moving between the dynamic buffer and the input buffer, which means it had 1, then it would have 1 of each. Don't know why it's grabbing a 3rd one there. It's very strange. However, it's going to finish the compute now, so we're at 80%. And bloop, it goes to finish, and we what now? So it finished all 3 of them in one go. It didn't process the next one after the previous one. Why is that? You break out of this for loop, which is the whole thing, which is what we want. Okay, you switched over to that one there. Right, okay. You will break out of this loop here, which is fine, but you will still continue on, which is weird. Let's cut that out of there and put it down here. Let's change this to be in our the actual one in the cache rather than the one we've copied here. Let's look for the one in here, which we should have reset, because this one should reset it anyway, puts it back in the queue. So data box data is only available here, isn't it? Yeah. Can I put that into parentheses? Not parentheses, but you know that, and then. Right, so I can't access data box. So by putting them inside this, even though there's nothing to do with this if statement, just means that this is encapsulated inside here and I can't edit it outside. So like this, for instance, is all going to go a bit wonky on us. So I want to get rid of this and put it there. You are updating the data box, and then every time we use a data box, I instead want to use the reference to the cache one instead. However, this isn't right. If we don't have the flag, we want to check the output buffer, and then this wants to be the output buffer. Is it? Wait a minute, I can do something really, really broken here. I could absolutely I don't What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Why am I going through this like this? I know where it is. We know where it is. It's right here. Basically, if the data type is invalid, remove it. We don't need to go through all this stuff. What am I doing? What am I doing? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of the break as well. Get rid of that one. Save. Remove that. I. So, add it to the new one first, and then remove it. And we know we're at I. We know we're in the right place here. So, yeah. Okay. And just add it to the Let's increase this processing speed just to make life a little bit easier for us. One, two, three, four. Make them all be compute. One comes out, two comes out, which is what we want. Two go in, but then you don't go anymore, which is really, I don't know where it sends another one out. That's weird. Data box is on the way. Okay, so it finished one and it sent it down to finished here. Awesome, so that worked. Cool, it's gonna finish. It didn't send another one. I guess the output is misreading the inputs. One we can sort that out. Okay, next one finished. Boom. The compute's running, and then you're going to send another one there, which can be cached and ready to go. There we go. And then the fourth one's going to go, and the fourth one should stop because you only have a. So hang on, you only have a 2 cache size. and you put 3 finished ones in here. That's not correct. Okay, you put 4 in the output. Right, okay, so you are definitely not checking the output. No, I'm not checking the output, am I? Nope. Nope. If data box output buffer.length is less than cache size, return. So if we have no space in our cache, I can do that there. That's fine. Yeah, I just need to figure out that little hiccup on the input there. But we're going to leave this here because it is 4:20 in the morning. So we will go. Check information of data box. Extra one being sent when cache is full. Boom. There you go. Knotted, hello, good evening. I don't know if you have been here for a long time or not, but either way, I hope you're having a good day. And yes, we are just coming to an end. It is 4:20 in the morning. So yeah, but we have progress. We have actual proper progress, which is absolutely awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Yeah, I can't even speak to say. Yeah. Oop. And then we pause this here again, and let me just try it. So output entity, no, output box. So 1, 2, 3. Compute. In fact, 4, 5. Let's go the whole hog, shall we? Go with 5 of them for the moment. Let's see. So 1 comes out and goes along and travels along the belt, does the things it wants to do, which is awesome, and it stays in the center of the belt. Doop. They're not going to be belts. We're going to change them to be something else soon. Well, you send that one in there. You start processing. You haven't sent another one along. Okay. You haven't sent another one along. I pause this and I now make the cache size to be 2. You send 2 along. 3. You send 1 more along. Then you sent another one along. There's 3 there, 4 and 5 there, when there should only be 3 on the way. In total, there should only be 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, and now you're not sending the stuff over to the output buffer. Because I got a number wrong here. If the length is less than cache size, oh, seriously, I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. It would be greater than or equal to. So if our buffer length is greater than our current cache size, then we don't want to do anything. Otherwise, we do want to send stuff over to it. But yeah, okay, stop fiddling, because I will end up. That was the wrong screen. Let's try this one. Yeah, if I keep doing the fiddling thing with it like I did last time, I will end up still being here at 5 AM, which is interesting. However, I haven't even touched my cup of coffee. I've been drinking a can of something and I haven't even touched my coffee, which is awesome. Okay, I get it. I'll go. So thank you very, very much for watching, everybody. Tomorrow I have absolutely no idea what I'm going to do. That one more chapter, I'm going to say. One more chapter, or the one more block was the whole thing. I remember. What was the WoW days? One more. We'll finish at the end of this level. Just one more level. Now finish the end of this quest chain. That'd be fine. Oh look, I'm really close to leveling up. We'll just finish that. The sun's coming up. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow I have absolutely no idea what I'm gonna do. I'll make it up as I go. And then I'm going to be programming 3 times a week from now on because I want to get this done. I want to get into it and get going. And having the big breaks in between makes me have to remember what I'm doing. Like between the Thursday and then come around to the Tuesday, or Friday to the Tuesday again. It's like, oh, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so tomorrow, not a clue. I do have that Microtopia we could give a try. Suppose. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So Tuesday will be programming, Wednesday will be a career again, we'll carry on with that. Thursday we'll program, and then Friday will be Final Fantasy 13 because I got it working. I got the PC version working and running and doing the things it needs to do with decent graphics for a change, rather than having dodgy shadows like I had last time. So yeah, we're going to play that on Fridays and have fun with it. So we'll see how it goes. So who knows what we're going to play tomorrow? I'll make it up as I go, unless some random game drops or some new demo thing appears or something. I don't know. But I'm open to suggestions on the Monday. If not, we'll probably just, as I said, play Microtopia or Pioneers Begonia or something like that. Something different. But yeah. Have a nose around. Okie dokie. Have a hunt through. I still got a loft to play as well, but I feel like a loft's getting dull. Not dull to play. I'm still very much enjoying playing it, but it's very the same old. It's go to island, search island, go to next island, search island, and yeah, it's like yeah. Who knows? Oh well. I also have the Mobius machine I wouldn't mind playing through, which is a little platformy game. So. Yeah, it gets a bit repetitive, but that's the point with any game. You get to a point where you got the grind, and it just becomes repetitive, which yeah, don't know. We'll see how it goes. Like I said, I've got Wreckfest 2. I wouldn't mind playing that, providing there's been a patch for it, so we'll see whether that's any better. The performance was really bad in it, so I couldn't. There's no way I could stream it and play that. So. Yeah, and Microtopia we got to play if I want to try that. There was another. Yes, yeah, I added it to my wish list and it was on sale and I forgot. Let me add it. Let me have a quick nosy nose here. What else we got? We got Settlements Rising as well. That is a game that came out in January. It looks like a good version of another version of Banished, but it's got like a weird card mechanic in it as well, which is different. So I wouldn't mind giving that a try. It's got a bit of defense and stuff in it as well. Exogate's on sale as well. I've been looking at Exogate for ages, actually. Where was it? Grit and Valor as well is a game I wouldn't mind playing through. Grit and Valor is not a game that I think you'd expect me to want to play. It's steampunk, dieselpunk, World War II, but you have mechs and stuff like that, and it's all real-time strategy on a grid, on a very small map grid, where you have to be constantly moving your units and keeping abreast of stuff that's going on. I watched God, what's his name? Wow. Software, whatever his name was. I can't remember now. Pirate Software. Pirate Software. Wow. Fail. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I can't remember now, but I watched him play about 6 months ago. Loved it. Great fun game. So yeah. Also for some bizarre reason, yeah. So yeah, there are many games. What was that other one that I was trying to find here? Wasn't it? It's All Bound as well. Turbo Dismount. Arcraft. Arcraft, Rebirth of the World, was released back in October. It's only £8.50, so many games coming that I really want to play. We'll see. Yeah. The one that was spoken about yesterday was Arcraft Rebirth of the World, which has got some interesting building mechanics and looks quite fun. And apparently you can attack bears that come up on hind legs and punch you, which is different. But it's only £8.50. It's not even on sale. It's just £8.50. So yeah. We'll see what goes on with it. We'll just make it up as we go. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one, and I do hope to see you again in the next one. And until then, as always, have fun.